Okay, and we're live. Good evening, all. So, I was thinking about doing an OS2 documentary, and I still kind of want to do that. But as part of that, I've been digging into the OS to the old MS-DOS source code, and I kind of want to go down that first before I go towards um, oh wow, my train of thought is completely derailed. Um, Try and do that first before I go down what will be a very long and difficult rabbit hole. So I think we're just going to set up a OS2 2.1 DAWs build one. Hey, so crispy. So let's configure a virtual machine. So we're using DAWs 2.1. So there are some limits on how new I can go. Let's go with a 3D6 at 33 megahertz. Let's give it an FPU. 4 megabytes of RAM should be more than enough. Display wise, graphical support for I do, but every time I try and do this video, I get overwhelmed by how much I actually have to cover in it. So I'm trying to keep this relatively short. And I figured talking about the MS-DOS stuff in its own separate video is kind of the winning move here. I'm trying to remember what graphics card gives me. I shouldn't say high resolution, but higher resolution. I want to say it was Video 7, but that doesn't sound right to me. Let me see here. Hold on. Which machines do we have here? I really don't want to go for micro channel one. I think it's going to want a 286. The problem is that there's very few display drivers for OS2, so we may just be stuck at VGA. I remember having good luck with the Tridents in the past, but I don't remember if... Oh, there's the box. IBM 8514A graphics. Or is it X... If I hit none and I just check the box, what happens? Yeah, I get a postcode. Okay, so that's not what I need. And I finally got all the Powerline Ethernet adapters that I need to basically make everything work. So now I can use my NAS and the desktop at the same time. Alright, I guess we're going to just go with IBM VGA because I know that will work. Alright, so we do that. We now need to add a hard drive. Let's see, you're going to be IDE. I don't actually care about the speed being period correct. So let's go with like 100 megabytes. Let's select hard drive. And we're going to need this as a fixed image because I'm going to have to copy files to it. So OS212 MS-DOS for build. Alright, so that's created. That's there. Floppy drive. It needs to be high density. And I'll set that. Okay. Push the start button. And then let's make this nice and big. So 2x size. Yeah, that works good. All right. So now we need to hard drive utility. Oh, that's right. I need to give it a controller card. Storage controller. PCAT IDE controller. Do we have something like a little less shit? Yeah, I'll use the XT IDE one because that way I don't have to do extensive amounts of fiddling with it. So, standard setup. Yeah, that's all correct. Rate changes. So it should see the XT IDE BIOS, and of course you don't have a working floppy drive. All right, so it did see that, although I think that actually will cause problems with OS2 now that I think about it. So maybe we shouldn't do that. Let me just go with PC IDE. And we also need a floppy controller, so we just go internal controller. Let's try that. Okay, cool. So now you're not complaining about BIOS errors. So let me get into setup. Hard drive utility. No hard drive detected. This is what I get for using a custom drive. What did I set the geometry to? 776 833. Alright, so you need to be on user defined 776 833. Okay. Right. Okay, so it does see the hard drive now. I'm going to do DAWs 4. I'm doing it out of order because I'm going to have to go down a whole bunch of rabbit holes, and this is kind of what I just want to tackle right now. I think what I actually want to do is I want to try build MS-DAWs 2 on Xenix. But getting Xenix up and running is going to be a giant 4-letter word. And I also am really hoping that this is going to be able to partition the hard drive. There was a bug in quite a few versions of OS2 that it could not partition the hard drive if it was completely empty. I don't know if it's in 1.2. I know it's in 1.0. So if this dies, I'll have to start from a DAWs boot disk. So Microsoft Operating System 2. I was feeling really terrible earlier today. Even now, I'm not feeling all that great, but I've made a commitment to try and keep my channel like more active. So, yeah. Yeah, I think Xenix, this is the easy one, and this one I don't need particularly much brain power to actually do. Okay, so OS2 installation. I probably need to open my notes file. Let's see here. Accept predefined. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So that did actually partition. I don't think I'm going to need HPFS for this. I do know that Linux supports it, so I guess we can go with it. I might regret that decision. Let's see here. I also lost the chat. Where is the chat? Happy Pride. Yep. Yeah, like, I think the idea of making a video talking about how Microsoft used to build and develop operating systems might actually be interesting. It's a little too off topic for an OS2 video. So I suspect it's going to be this one. And then me trying to build the DAWs 2 source code more properly. Okay, so that's looking promising. So existing image. So DAWs 1. Transferring files. Yeah, I decided I'm just going to keep it a little more simple. I am going to try and build DAWs 4 under multitasking DAWs 4. That's kind of where the first video is going to end. Like, it's coming together in my head because I literally opened Blender up the other night to start getting an idea of what this video was going to involve, and I just kind of died inside. Because, like I said, I have this bad habit of making overly ambitious projects and then getting bogged down. Linux being built from scratch on XP was not an overly ambitious project. It was just a lot longer than I expected it to be. Largely because I didn't expect everything and, you know, to be so broken under Xenix. Not under Xenix, under Interx. Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure you watched my video, Cardinal Whale, because that was, I believe it is the only video of talking about OS2, building Word for Windows under OS2. What Microsoft used to do back in the day is they didn't build DAWs on top of DAWs, although they did support that for OEMs. In the DAWs 1, 2, and presumably in the 3 days, they built it on top of Xenix. And that is actually a fairly well-known fact. DAWs 1, I'm not completely sure they did under Xenix. They may have done that under a mainframe, because there's no version of MASM that directly one-to-one corresponds to what they built it with. It could also be built under itself, so I will include that one for good measure. So, see here. Oh, I guess this version doesn't support the XDA adapter, so I guess we're just going to go with VGA. How do I have the mouse connected? I don't have a mouse. Okay, so Microsoft Systems serial mouse. That's going to reboot the VM. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, from what my understanding is, they went from TOPS 20. They then ran Xenix on 68,000 machines. Unfortunately, there's the only surviving copy of Xenix for 6800 is the Lisa version, and there's no copy of the cross compiler for that. The 286 and 386 versions of Xenix has the has the Xenix to DAWs cross compiler. So yeah. So they went from TOPS 20 to Motorola development workstations. I'm presuming after the 286 was generally available, they then switched to Xenix on the 286, because Xenix on the 286 was available from 1984. And let's see here. Hold on. I just got to do the disk switching. And then I know they switched to OS2 past that point until switching over to NT. So most of the early DAWs versions were developed. I was actually taking a look through the source code, and what was really fascinating was there were SCCS IDs, which, if you know anything about Unix, that's a... I am going to format the partition because I've seen the installer actually crap itself if you don't do it. Yeah, I'm not surprised about that. I am going to try it under multitasking DAWs 4 because I'm assuming it will run. I'm assuming it will run in the penalty box, because Microsoft's development tools were one of the few things that only used the MS-DOS APIs. They did not use BIOS calls, so they will actually run on anything that's DOS compatible. They do not need to be PC compatible. That was presumably an intentional design choice by Microsoft. So, I don't know. Like, I've not been in a happy mental space in regards to the YouTube channel for a while. I know a lot of people like my videos, and I enjoy watching some of my older ones or even some of my newer ones, but I've had this what am I doing with my life sort of thing as of late. But especially given the fact that I've just moved to Greece and I don't speak Greek particularly well, although I was very proud of myself. I went to a restaurant the other night and I actually managed to order something off the menu in very broken Greek, but it was in Greek, and I was even able to understand enough to pay the bill properly without it having to be ran out, which shows that the 3 or so months that I've been banging my head learning Hellenica has been not without... yeah, okay, that's all correct. I don't think we need serial ports, but I will add device. I will add retrieve. I mean, we have disk space. I'll accept configuration, and then that will kick off the install. We're going to do DAWs 4. DAWs 2 I'm going to come back to, because this one... Microsoft shipped all the flipping tools with it. Like, There's now MIT licensed versions of Microsoft C and MASM. They're in the repository. They're the MS-DOS versions, so I'm a little curious if it will build with the OS2 versions of the tools. I don't know if that will work because I don't actually know. I'm assuming it will, but I'm not convinced that it will. Well, one of the things that goes a long way is that the channel income goes a lot farther in Greece than it did in New York or even Portland. Like Portland, I was actually break even between my living expenses and what the channel, Patreon, and all that brought in. New York, I was badly in the hole. Here in Greece, I'm actually slightly above water. And I just got my interview date with the Greek government. So after I do my interview, they will make a decision whether they will grant me permanent residency. My case is pretty cut and dry, so that's 12 days from now. So I'm, just trying not to think all that much about it. I'm not surprised that there wasn't a whole lot of internationalization. The way Microsoft did it is in the 16-bit era, and this was pretty much true until MS-DOS 5. It wasn't even true of OS 2, is that Microsoft would license what are known as OEM adoption kits, which had partial source code. It wasn't complete, and it was basically allowed computer manufacturers to modify it for their hardware as they saw fit. And as I understand it, this is essentially where all the localized versions of MS-DOS came from. For Windows, they did it in-house. I've never seen internationalized versions of Windows 1 and 2, but I know 3.0 supported Spanish. No, they didn't open source it, but they did make the binaries available. So there is actually a MIT licensed, not abandonware version of CL and MASM. It doesn't look like they included like all the headers and libraries, but the base compiler is at least in the repo. Yeah, there was Oaks. I believe there was even an Oak for Windows 3.0 because there were versions of Windows 1 and 2 that didn't run on PC compatibles. I've actually seen the DEC Rainbow version running in person. Was it Rainbow? It was one of the non-DOS compatible ones. It was kind of wild seeing it, to be honest, because it had to be run off floppy disks. Yeah, they do have the 3.0 one had the full source for GDI in it. It didn't include the source code to kernel or user, but it did have the full GDI source code in it. Yeah, Compact is known to have had more source code access than most. Which Mikhail, the OS2 museum guy, was able to figure out by reverse engineering it. Yeah, I assume IBM and Compaq were basically the two companies that basically had unrestricted access to the source code. Because Microsoft, I've gotten the impression that there was a lot of friction between Microsoft and IBM. Especially when I look at the source code and how they handled the IBM versions of MS-DOS. Like, it just screams, we don't want to do this, but we have to. Yeah, well, maybe someday they'll turn up. I mean, Premiere Edition 5 showed up a few years ago, and Premiere Edition 4 is known to exist. It's just in private collections, so sooner or later it may see the light of day. Yeah, I actually, if I spoke Russian at all, I would be really tempted to look at MS-DOS 4 for the Soviet Union. It's kind of fascinating because it has this giant splash screen about copyright, and it was, I believe, the only Microsoft product licensed for use in the Soviet Union in that brief period where there was no Berlin Wall, but there was a Soviet Union. And then the Soviet Union stopped existing. Yeah, I mean, there was quite a few companies that had access to the Windows source code. I know for a fact that the NT4 and part of the 2000 source code leak came from Mainsoft. I don't think they ever identified where the XP source code leak came from, but it was known to be from a partner. It wasn't from Microsoft directly. So, yeah. Well, one of the neat things about being in Greece is I could conceivably find Eastern European computers here somewhat easier than I could find them in North America. They wouldn't have been sold here in Greece. The Iron Curtain ran north of Greece's borders. But Greece actually had pretty good relations with the Soviet Union and Russia, largely due to the shared Orthodox background. So, and I believe they had fairly good relations with Yugoslavia as well. I think part of that is because Yugoslavia did not allow troops to be moved through them to invade Greece during the World War II. And so Yugoslavia got invaded. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that I've kind of wanted to look at the betas for. I won't touch leaked source code. There's too many legal issues involved with that, and if I ever end up working corporate development job again, that could actually come back to haunt me. So that's like kind of my line in the sand. I might make a quasi exception for like some of the ancient Unixes that aren't strictly speaking open source, but are de facto. A lot of the early BSDs actually fall under that. They weren't formally open source, but the tapes included the source code on that. And like, I consider that fair game because the source code was distributed. But proprietary knowledge, like leaked source code, gets a lot more messy. Did we lose the music? Yes, we did, because I accidentally loaded a single file instead of the music library, and I just noticed that that happened. Let's try that again. It says it's playing, but I don't hear anything. Music, where did you go? It says it's playing on the stream, but I'm not actually hearing it on the loopback. That's weird. Audio device. What, did my headphones quit? I mean, it's completely possible, but whatever. Alright, so installation disk go in. Yeah, that's weird how it... I'm not hearing it, but you're hearing it, and I have no idea what is causing that. Alright, you know, I'm just going to take off my headphones then, and I'm just going to not care. Excellent, Chef. That's normal because when the hard drive failed, your RAID degraded. RAID status is only healthy if all hard drives are active. So when you replace the drive, it will rebuild the array automatically to bring it to a consistent state. Until the RAID is rebuilt, you will not have a... you technically don't have a RAID because if you blow a second drive... you could actually lose the whole thing. No, wait a minute. Is RAID 5 1 or 2 drive redundancy? I think RAID 5 is 2 drive redundancy because I have my RAID. No, I think it's RAID. I don't remember my RAID levels. So basically, the biggest thing you have to hope for is you don't have the dreaded unrecoverable read error as it does the scrub, the rebuild. This is why on my NAS, I have 2 drive redundancy, and I also, what's the magic word I'm looking for? Okay, that sizing's a little bit annoying. I think I gotta make it a bit smaller. Alright, you know what? That works. Okay, so we have... Oh, wow, the mouse is completely effed up. Yeah, mouse is not working correctly. Did I choose the wrong mouse? Alright, release mouse. Yeah, I did. I chose mouse systems instead of Microsoft Serial Mouse. That's going to reboot the VM, which is a little annoying. I mean, I legitimately just do a monthly scrub because during the scrub you'll discover if a hard drive has an undetected read error before you have to rebuild the RAID. Okay, cool. So that's there. So, alright, so now we need to shut down. And we need to actually copy in the files that we need. So, let me open command line. Okay. So, bash desktop 86 box HDDs. kpart xav. Yeah, that works. Oh, you are effing kidding me. They don't include it. Sir, hold on. Are you really kidding me? Yeah, they don't include HSPS support in their image. Standard Ubuntu has it. Okay, that means I just... Alright. That means I just need to add another hard drive. Alright, let me... Hold on, let me pull up my notes document because I'm going to have to keep... I'm going to have to just keep track of what I'm doing because it'll make it easier when I go to write the actual thing. Let me make a new document. OS. So, rebuilding MS-DOS 4 on OS 2.1.2. Installed successfully. Went to copy files via WSL. Discovered Microsoft kernel lacks HPFS. Alright, so yeah, easiest solution here is we're just going to add a new hard drive. Let's just choose, yeah, we'll just do now 100 megabytes. We want this to be a flat image. So yeah, that should be, actually like that to be the same size as the other one. Going to HDDs. OS 2.1.2 MS-DOS build D fat partition, or fat drive, I should say. So, okay, there we go. So now we can turn it on, and we can even use the graphical partitioning tools now, which I don't think I've ever actually used. I use Windows because I've had too many problems with DaVinci Resolve and graphics cards under Linux. Okay, cool. At least the mouse works. It's a little jittery, but I can work with this. Okay. Right. I need to... Let's see here. I need to not do that here. Can I turn the sensitivity down? I mean, it's... Hold on. I actually need to turn the sensitivity down because that is I'm moving the mouse just slightly, and it is flying all over the screen, and I can't seem to... Yeah, alright, let me see here. Can I get into... Control panel... Do you really not have an option... Mouse. Wow, you really don't have an option to control the scroll speed. I really hope 86 box does, because this is annoying. Alright, input devices, configure. No, it doesn't have an option. I'm just going to have to live with that, aren't I? Yeah, I don't see anything that might make the mouse be a little bit less... If I move it very slowly, it is usable. That's annoying. Alright, let me see here. Let me reboot. I can remember how you do it. It's, yeah, here we go. Desktop manager. Shut down. Okay. Now we need to Alt Control Delete. Hit delete at the right moment. Oh, you know, I could turn it off. I could turn it down the host. I kind of like it where it is, but yeah, I think I'll go mad if I don't. So, all right. So here's my mouse. Let's crank that like all the way down. It's better. Wow, that is painful. Yeah, no, that's actually not an improvement. And now I've got to move my mouse really slowly. All right. There we go. Let me see here. Let me check the setting. My mouse has like a DPI setting for kind of... Okay, so if I set it on the lowest DPI setting on the mouse, it seems to be usable. Not great, but it is usable. So let's partition the hard drive. So... Fix disk utility, partition 2, create primary, create, and then we still have to go to the command line to format it. Oh, I've never actually seen that message before. All right, so now we press Alt Control Delete. I think I can just live with it. Alright, so now we open a window. And we format D. Hold on, I need to see the options because I gotta tell it to format. I just do format D. Does it do what I want? Okay, so it does do fat. Okay, cool. Alright, that worked. So now we need to shut it down again so I can now put the files in. So shut down. Hit the mouse release button. Exit. Okay. Now we bring this back up. The hell? Oh, because I did the wrong hard drive. I see it. No, I did not. I did that twice. Chat, I'm losing my mind. K part X. Guess it doesn't really matter. I forget how you actually remove it. Okay, cool. So now we go to mount, users, and commander. V 4.0. Source. We'll just copy the source folder like that. Wait for that to copy. Yeah, look, I just noticed the mistake because I called it OS. Oh, that's kind of slow. Alright, well that just finished. Alright, so now we need to unmount it. Start it up. And now if we take a look with File Manager. Yep, it's there. So, okay. So let's open the penalty box. And that's the penalty box. I'm assuming that this will actually just work. I might have been overly optimistic about that. I don't think I have edit. I gotta look at this. I actually gotta look at the scripts to figure out what they are doing. So let's see what run me actually does. Build environment, which will set it, must be edited to reflect the drive and path. Okay, so that's easy enough. So set environment. So back root would be source. I'm assuming you'd be CL, link, and MASM. Alright, so now let's go back to the penalty box. Out of environmental space. That's a new one. It does look like it... It does actually look like it built, so... let me run nmake. No, that's definitely not right. Let me hit exit. Oh, I see how this works. Okay. So by accident, I actually put it in the right place. So let's try that again. So clear. Let's see if it actually goes. Hey, it's actually doing something. So MASM is there. You know, I just out of curiosity, are these family mode applications or are these like actual... I don't think they're family mode, but I should actually check that. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Okay. So... Unable to open input file. CDC mapper, unable to open input file, MASM, exe. I probably should try not doing this in a simpler way. Because, okay, so trying to do change dir / include, that out of environment space kind of concerns me. Yeah, okay, so it's not... Let me look up that error. Okay, cool, there's a knowledge base about it. There's a knowledge base about dealing with it on, there's a knowledge base for dealing with it on Windows. Let's, Windows 95. Let's look in config.sys and see if we have anything here. We're looking for command.com. Okay, so os2/p. So we just need to increase the environmental space to, yeah, that should do it. Okay. I'm going to try it with OS2 native tools. I'm just using the ones they provided to begin with. Although I just realized I'm going to have to find an OS2 copy of MASM. Well, that time it didn't error out. Didn't work, but it didn't error out. Source tools include... Oh, that's right. Let me see here. Tools include... I know for a fact that this is buildable. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to figure out what went wrong. So it's... Okay, so... Let me... What file is it dying on? Failure to open input file masm exe. So let's take a look at the actual... so it's going to mapper... Change dir... And then it tries to include macros include. Which it does. I kind of get the feeling I should have tried this under MS-DOS first. Failure to open input file masm... Like, I almost wonder... I'll be back in a moment. Hold on. Dash has to include dash dash DAWs. Unable to open input file masm.asm. No, so that file doesn't exist and it's not referenced anywhere. I think what we're seeing here is the fabled OS2 compatibility problems. Yeah, that. That's annoying. Let me try building it by hand just to see if the same error happens. So unable to open input file. ASM. That kind of implies that it's actually broken under OS2. Reserve case of labels. Check for pure code. Yeah, okay, that kind of implies that that's actually broken under... That sucks. Alright, maybe the right answer here is I try and build it under DAWs first, and then I pull out the OS2 copy of the dev tools. There should be an OS2 compatible version of MASM. Finding it might be a little bit easier said than done, but... Let's see here. Macro Assembler, IBM... Here we go, Microsoft Macro Assembler. Versions 5.1 and 6.0 include both MS-DOS and OS2 versions of the tools. So there, yeah, there is an OS2 version of it. So that is actually an interesting view of the compatibility issues that you used to run into under OS2. So I think the winning move here is let's boot under a boot floppy. I'm pretty sure I've got one chilling. Please tell me I have a copy of the boot floppy I need handy. Okay, I don't. Let me take a look at my NAS. Yeah, okay, I do actually have a copy of the boot floppy. The problem is that the hard drive is on the wrong place, but I could just boot off the hard drive and kind of call it good that way. I think... Yeah, why don't we start with that, because then at least I know I've got something that works. And then we come back to OS2. So I think the correct solution here is we go to hard drives and we're going to switch the ports around. So the DAWs 4.1 is there. That's going to reboot the VM. Let me stick a DAWs 4 disk in. Where did I just put that? It's in... Setup there. I remember having major issues when last time I tried to install this version, but well, we're gonna find out if it works. Okay. So there's setup. Yep. Cool. Select utility. Yeah, balance DAWs function, accept. Install to C. Install to fixed drive. We have 0 printers. Let's not install the DAWs shell and enter. Cool, it's not even going to format the hard drive, so yeah, that basically just works. Well, like I said, we'll build it under MS-DOS, and then we'll start, I'm going to start trying to build it under OS2, because I think it would be kind of an interesting experiment. So shell copy. Or it says select copy disk. I've got shell copy. I actually think I want to mount this write protected, because I remember this eating a floppy disk last time I tried it. Yeah, I remember that being a thing. I think I have to make a blank disk. Actually, you know what? I'm looking at my file dates. The last time I used this, I did in fact make a second copy of this disk. So let me just, I'll use shell copy and I will remove the write protect. If it clobbers it, it clobbers it. But I think it's making a backup of the original media. What's funny is, like I said, it's just shows how the penalty box had some serious compatibility issues back in the day. Right, so now it wants the install disk. I've got the setup disk. I'm hoping that's what it wants. I guess it is. Okay, now install the put the select copy disk in. I did tell it to install to the hard drive, right? Pretty sure I told it to install to the hard drive. I haven't updated the system software on my iPhone yet. I generally, although it's an SC, so I don't even know if it'll get like the new stuff. I haven't even been paying attention to to WWCD. I legitimately just don't care anymore. There hasn't been anything in tech in a long time that I would consider interesting and exciting. And you know, now we have like AI coming out, and it's like, yay! It's all getting worse somehow. So I apologize if I sound like overly negative, but I legitimately just that's really just my mood in a nutshell. Okay, so now it wants the operating disk. Like sitting down and for building like the complete documentary of OS2 stuff, it is mentally taxing. And like I said, so I kind of want to just do this as a freestanding video, and then, well, that worked well. Oh, I know what happened. I actually know what happened. The drive was formatted under OS2, which means it didn't write a flipping boot sector. Or it's not active. It may not be active. Let me see if I've got fdisk and I can mark it as an active partition. I might have to boot off the operating disk if I want to actually get a command line. I need what I need right now is fdisk. Okay, so if I hit escape. Okay, do I have fdisk? Yeah, okay, that's the problem. Set active partition. Alright, yeah, that was the problem. You know, I really hate it when I'm right. Yeah, because I formatted it under OS2, it didn't go as planned. All right, I have to format it under DAWs because or I might be able to just use sys, although I have that feeling that no, that will not work actually. Because it won't be able to put the files in the right place, which is kind of irritating, actually. But, yeah, well, we'll just kind of... Alright. So if I do dirc, yeah, so I just need to do format C/S. It doesn't have a label. Maybe if I just push enter. No, of course, that would be too effing easy to make that work. Yeah, I didn't set a label when I formatted it. Let me put the operating disk in and see if this has the labeled command, because that's kind of what I need. Yeah, it does. So label. Yeah, just get those days where technology kind of just flipping hates you. All right, I'm just going to nuke the partition and then we'll reinstall. Yeah, so delete partition, delete primary. I don't think /mbr was a thing in this version, but even if it did work, IOSys and DOSys have to be the first and second tracks on the hard drive, which they wouldn't be. So it's not quite that simple. Alright, I need to now go format the damn thing. Oh, right, I didn't actually make a partition. It says it exists. Yep, there we go. Okay, can I get back into SEP or do I have to reboot? Select. Okay, so I need to do free finger salute. We're installing Microsoft DAWs 4. We're going to try and build it under DAWs 4 for DAWs 4 because at this point we're just not going anywhere quickly and it kind of sucks. I can make this bigger though. Also, there's a bug on my let's see here. Okay, so this is going to make the copy of the select list. I don't know why it does this. Feels excessive. Yeah, DAWs 4 was not a well-loved product. It had compatibility issues, and it was generally it was like the one version that most people just would not upgrade to. It should theoretically build on like itself. I really hope it builds on itself. Now it wants select copy. I don't think I've ever seen 4.0 in the wild, like on any vintage hard drives I've looked at. I watched a fair bit of Adrian's Digital Basement. I only ever remember him finding it on an old PC either. Like, it was just not a well-loved copy. Presumably, IBM shipped it on the PS2s. I can't imagine they didn't. Although, maybe... I don't know. No, I think I did see it once in the wild. Like, I remember seeing it on a show computer at, like, CompUSA when I was a kid. I don't know why, considering it would have been obsolete at that time period. MS-DOS 4 came out the same year I was born. Okay, so now it wants the operating disk. Nadira Fury, probably not. I'm not going to say it's impossible because it was obviously done for PowerPC, but my understanding is that while the CPU core on the PS2 is MIPS, it's an interesting it's a different dialect of MIPS because MIPS was not very coherent in a lot of ways. It is conceivable it could be made to run, but alright. So, we now have that going for us. So now let's, you know, do that. And then we can remount looper, or mapper looper free part 1 mount MS-DOS source. Okay. Let's try that again. Alright. So we've got the source code there. So let's do run me. Okay, so that doesn't do anything. Let's do set environment. I just realized what's wrong. The line endings. I bet these have Unix line endings. Yeah, these have Unix line endings. Oh, yeah, I forgot that the Git repository has problems. I have to either convert them or I think I just have to convert them. Yeah, Unix to DOS. That probably wasn't why it wasn't building under, that's probably why it wasn't building. What is the easiest? So let me get the tools folder out of here. So I'm pretty sure, yeah, I need to convert all of these. Okay, good. And it does skip binary files. Yeah, that would explain why it wasn't working under OS 2. That would perfectly explain why it wasn't working under OS 2. Is there any text files in here that we have to care about? It doesn't look like it. Oh, maybe there are. Okay, yeah, there are actually, so I need to rerun that again. Not a big deal. Alright, so this needs to be turned off. We need to mount it. Dev looper map looper 3p1 mount ms-dos source. Alright, let's try that one again. So set environment. Actually, I'm going to have to edlin that. Set environment. List. 7. Okay, edit and save. Send in type. Okay, so run me. That didn't change anything. Set environment. Okay, well, it says it's ready to... This build system is set up. So, go for broke? Yeah, that's building. Oh. That looks like file corruption, and that also looks like Edlin just crapped out on me. That's a problem. So where was that file? Which one? What file did we die on? Get message. Oh no, Yeah, it's a comment. Hold on. No, I do have internet. Is YouTube just being glitchy or is it actually broken? Okay, no, it seems like the stream is up. Does for Unix have a way to like strip out Unicode? ASCII being the default. Alright, hold on. Get message. Binary symbol O.7. And then there is an @G there. Yeah, okay, this is, that's a problem. I'm assuming someone has a fixed, version of this repo. Alright, let me see here. Actually, you know what? OS2 Museum actually ran into the same exact issues. And this is not the only place where there's actual problems, according to this. So apparently the source code to select is actually corrupted in places. So, okay, I made source code too long. Code page 438, badly converting them to Unicode. They're binary files without modification. Okay, so, yeah, we're gonna have to make some changes here. So, 743. Yeah, okay, so this entire line just goes away. So select the other one that this is telling me, so usa.info. And it says panel 36. Oh yeah, you can actually see, because that looks like that was actually code at one point, and while it's probably pretty easy to fix and change, because label byte, Yeah, so that looks like that's literally machine encoding that like got completely butchered. That kind of sucks. Let me see if there's anything else it mentions here, like if that's the only other file. Yeah, I think we're just gonna have to deal with it. Let me disable select from being built. Yeah, let's just disable select from being built. We'll build everything else, and we'll just kind of fix it as it goes along. Alright, so you need to be turned off. Yeah, we can live without select. Alright, so let's try this now. Set environment and make, and let's see how far it actually gets. Alright, let's take a brief, let's take another look here. Like I said, I could just build the... Okay, so it's trying to build... So you're looking for sysmessage. Source include... Sysmessage include... I really gotta stop copying that in by accident. Okay, yeah, so this is the bootloader. So it does offset sysmessage, but it doesn't load it from anywhere. It's interesting how there's a reference to OS 2 right there. Okay. Some extra characters to find online. So let's see if we can find that file. Or actually, let me look at the make file. Let me see what it's actually trying to build here. Boot CL1. So it does boot skeleton. extra characters online. System switch. Not defined. Writing to boot CLL1. Something got mangled. That looks okay. So what's the other file it's trying to reference? Message, country message. Yeah, that's annoying. Alright, let me take a look at this. So basic, much worse here. Misuse Git for too long. Actually destroyed the original source code. Unicode replacement characters. Blah, 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 blah. That is an incredibly vague and frustrating error message. Alright. Virtually Fun has some information about this. Initial stack too small. Felon mapper, change the third character to a dash and make. He'll then fail building select. I don't see this error listed. Symbol not defined sys message. Like, I don't see... Because NeoZed actually has, like, a build thing. For this. And it doesn't break on this file. It does talk about failing to build select. And what it basically just says is load it in edit and then unload it. But this is complaining about symbol not defined. I probably should install, like, an actual text editor. So 274 pointer to no system message. But we did see... I hit Q and it flipping freezes. Man, I'm having a real happy moment about this. Oh, actually, I need to change the bot status now that I am looking at that. Because, you know, it's not what we're doing right now. Alt Control Delete. So it made boot CL1 and it basically got garbage out. So if I do... I changed that. Why did that build that time? Yeah, that actually built that time. What? And I also just noticed that it lists stuff in bytes, so... that boot sector, I feel like, is too big? Maybe not. I'm trying to think of what the actual size of the boot sector would be, but I guess that wouldn't actually matter. Alright, so I guess we're just going to continue on. I just run mmake again and it seems to be happy. I am deeply confused, but I'm just not going to question it. Yeah, I mean, that seems to be building. Oh, yeah, no, I turned off the status message. And now it's complaining about a missing object file. Okay. Do you have a make file in here? You know what, I'm just gonna run the top level make command again. Fatal error. MS-DOS me object not found. 246. Okay, so yeah, file name looks fine. So it does build it as an object file in the include makefile header. So why doesn't it get built? Okay. So that does get included, but it doesn't seem like it gets built anywhere. This feels like a circular dependency, honestly. I also noticed, hold on, I just noticed that there was an include path error. Yeah, because that doesn't actually exist. There was a directory in here. Yeah, there was BLD. And that has an include directory, which I probably need. Let me look at some of the other notes I've actually seen here. Okay, so that is actually required. So makefile. Yeah, okay, so 9 needs to be set. Cool, and then 11 needs to be set, include. See if that makes it happy. Oh, yeah, you know, it also helps if I run the script. Okay, now it looks like it's doing things. It's still not actually happy, but it seems like it's less broken. Let me just run it from the top level directory. Let's see if something hasn't actually built. I'm assuming there's no clean. No, there isn't. I have no idea where that file is coming from. So that is included. And it looks like it's built in command. What's the actual build order? So does master... It never actually builds include directly. It goes into command, it goes into... So it goes mapper, boot, BIOS, DAWs, command, dev, mm. And then it basically... I mean, unless it's a corruption thing, it's the only thing I could think that that could possibly be. Because it builds, yeah, so it builds CL1 like that. Is there any hints to what it actually does? Include, yes, no. I'm thinking that's a Unicode conversion error. I don't think that's supposed to be a 3. I think that's supposed to be a 1. Let me look at NeoZ's version of the source code, because NeoZ posted a one that he claims is buildable, and I trust NeoZ in these regards, just to see if, like, he changed anything. No, that one also says it's include MS-DOS 3. Let me just see what other changes NeoZ's made to this repo. Huh. I'm inclined to just try changing it and seeing if it then suddenly starts building. Like, it doesn't feel like that should work. Oh, and the file formatting is also completely broken. Nice. That is completely and totally lovely. So yes, no. Yeah, it lists that one as data. In fact, it lists a lot of these as data. Yeah, this source code's more fucked up than I thought it was. I was fairly certain that this was known to basically just build as is. Apparently not. Okay, so we got something here about... broken include path. Okay, so there is another one here. Yeah, so there is another version here that is actually fixed. I'm inclined to actually just use the fixed source code than me trying to beat it with a stick. Because I really don't feel like I'm getting anywhere like that. So yeah, there was apparently a bunch of forks that did fix the source tree and more. I'm currently looking at it right now. Yeah, so convert all the make files, fix wrong, include path, fix broken stuff, blah, 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 blah. Convert all source files. Okay, so yeah, because you can see how it basically just becomes a complete get replace like that. That when that happens, the whole thing is kind of just totally foobarred. So if I just want to grab this commit and fix it. Oh, do they have this on a branch? They might have this on a branch. Yeah, they do have this on a branch. Okay. So it's 9 commits ahead and fixes a bunch of source code stuff. Okay, so let me grab this version of it. MS-DOS lorsum fixed. Thank you for the subscription, ABF Feta. Alright. Wait for that to download. That is a kind of a chunky thing. I'm going to take a brief break here just to kind of clear my head for a moment. I'll be back in a minute. Alright, I'm back. Oh. And that's my leg hitting the table. Alright. Hey Wisdom, how you doing tonight? Alright, let's try this fixed version and let's see if it works better. So if we go into here and like I do include, I mean, it seems better. I mean, it's got CRFL endings, relocatable stuff. Yeah, and that has all the paths set the way they need to be set. Oh, well, hold on. I need to switch branches. This isn't correct. Git pull. Oh, hold on. I'm in the wrong folder. Alright, let's look here. Yeah, okay, so that all says it's ASCII text, although I think I think it all got converted because of... Yeah, see, that still says it's converted. It's the wrong line endings. Is there a git attributes file? There isn't. I think I think I should grab the zip. They have a zip version of this, which is, shall we say, less broken. Because it's converting, yeah, because it converted the line endings when I checked it out, which is not what I want it to do. Okay, so now if I take a look in the include folder. Yeah, look, now all the line endings are correct. Okay, all right, let's try this again. So we close this down. So sudo mount mapper loop 3.1. Oh, it was already mounted. Not that it actually makes a difference, because as long as I don't access it while it's in use. So let's nuke that source folder. Okay, let's try that again. Hopefully this time it just builds. Yeah, looks like that's just building. I do kind of also want to build the IBM version. I'll probably have to extract the boot sector out to do that, but... Yep, that does actually look like it's working. I do think I forgot to unmount the file system again. Again, it doesn't actually make a difference, but... Alright, that time it linked. Actually, I'm actually a little bit curious if we could make installable media with this. I don't want to try and when you say WASM, do you mean the Wacom assembler or WebAssembler? Because both of those are sound incredibly painful. Oh man, my leg is falling asleep. So yeah, it does need a boot sector. I just don't know the right way you can write a boot sector with debug.com. I do believe it is possible. I just don't know how you do it. Let me look at the Git repo. Let me see if it can tell me something, because it might be in one of the documents on how you write the boot sector. I'm not holding my breath on that one. No, it doesn't. Not that I see there. Okay, so that's still going. Readme.txt. Yeah, because I'm almost certain there is a way to write the boot sector with debug. I'm actually would be curious on trying to recreate the install disks. Because if I can recreate the install disks, that would actually be quite neat. I'd still have to copy like all the files onto them, but it shouldn't be that terrible. ... question mark. I haven't tried SV7 I've got edit.com on a floppy. I just haven't actually put it somewhere where this VM can see it. I used to use Sled on DAWs 3.0 as like my full screen text editor. But I don't actually mind using Edlin. If I have to like do real text editing, yeah, I would mind. But for very simple edits, I don't mind using Edlin. Pretty cool watching this go. Like I've legitimately, I've never like had a reason to play with this in the past. But I definitely would actually I'm really tempted to recreate the install disks. Because like I said, I believe it looks like all the files needed are there. Currently we're building MS-DOS for... The intent was to build it on OS 2, but we ran into source code corruption issues. So I'm getting those resolved and building it under DAWs itself before I'm going to pop back into OS 2 and try again. But yeah, we can also, like I said, we can also build the IBM release. Xenix won't be tonight. Oh, wait, did I just realize that I didn't change the... I didn't change the title of the stream. Shoot. Wait, hold on. Am I... Is YouTube going mad, or did I... Okay. Alright, I don't know. There are days where I am on all thrusters, and then there are days where I am not. Okay, so all 4 files have been opened for menu creation. So now it's building fdisk. I mean, this is running on a 386. Yeah, I have this set for a 386, so it's not exactly supposed to be this slow. So yeah, I think I'm going to do this one, and then I'm going to build it on Xenix. I'm going to try and build DAWs 2 on Xenix. I'm not convinced I'm going to succeed on that one. Because I still have to actually, like, do it, and I also need to build MS-DAWs 1 if I really want to, like, go for the, shall we say, complete set. Although I am actually curious if I could build this with the later versions of Xenix, because the SDS was updated quite a few times back in the day. I don't know if it would have had C optimized in compiler 5 in the SDS. I would be in Xenix 386 territory for that. They would have likely been using OS 2. OEMs would almost certainly been building it under DAWs, but they were definitely doing the development work under OS 2. Not Windows, but DAWs, yes. Windows 1.0 was likely built under Xenix as well. The SDK does officially say this is how you build Windows applications under Xenix. What OEMs would have had would have been partial source code. How much they actually had in the DAWs 4 days isn't 100% clear. But they would have had IOSys, part of DAWs, DAWSys, command.com, and a bunch of the utilities. It was part of what were known as the OEM adaptation kits. So it wouldn't have been all the bits and pieces, but they would have had a good chunk of it. Because there were machines that ran DAWs that weren't PC compatible. I assume they were extinct by the time DAWs 4 came around. But it did, but in the DAWs 2 era, that was certainly a thing. Yeah, that was how they were to make customizations, like custom fdisk format to add new device drivers or support custom graphic adapters. I do know that there are OEM adaptation kits for version 5 and 6 as well. The version 5 one has been floating around on the internet for quite a few years. I believe the 6 is also floating around. But I also don't know. It wouldn't have necessarily been upstreamed. Like, if you ever run compact DAWs, they ship quite a few different utilities. Like, they have their own custom version of fdisk, format, and select. Select was the installer. So, it does stand to reason that they made quite a few changes. The IBM version was built out, however, out of the same source tree. It's controlled by a build time variable. So I do want to try building that once this finishes. I'm trying to remember how the, if I remember correctly, the boot sector on a floppy disk is the first 512 bytes. Then the file descriptor, because I have the boot sector bin, but I don't have a way to write it. I know, like I said, I know there's a way. Let me see here. Write boot sector debug floppy. Like, is there a... Yeah, you can do it with debug. Let's see here. There's probably, like I said, there's almost certainly a command that can do it. This says how to read it. So debug scripts, tracing com programs. Write debug scripts. Ooh. That's not good. Let me just run nmake again, see if it dies in the same place. Can't find... That's a lot of symbol undefined. So no serve build is there. I don't think we really need this one. Although it's interesting that that, of all things, is what actually dies. Yeah, hold on. Let me get like an actual text editor. I think this one has edit on it. Yeah, it does. Okay. Interesting. Not sure why that one didn't build. We don't really care, so like it's not a mandatory. Alright, so now let's go back to the top level folder. Two of them that doesn't want to build. Oh, that one built on the second try. Let me make some edits on my notes. Okay, okay, so that one doesn't want to build either, so let's just disable it. Alright, so everything there built. Let me keep going, writing my notes. it's out of memory. What? Okay, so let me get rid of anc.sys, because apparently it needs literally every little bit of memory it can get. That's annoying. Alright, so now we got that there. Okay, so source, set and ven, and make. Try that again. Hopefully it doesn't run out of memory again. Okay, it seems good now. Restored build. Grabbed from the GitHub, which also broke the line endings. Also, I lost chat, so let me bring chat back. This has proven to be a kind of a bigger headache than I thought it would be. I'm assuming it was a conventional memory problem more than anything else, to be honest. Well, it's building, which is actually a pretty good sign, I think, all things considered. I think it's actually building high mem right now. Because it says mem manager. I'm not sure what that actually works out to be. Well, that does look like that actually built. So, yay. Yeah, that looks like that all built. So now I guess the question is, can we boot it? So let's create a new floppy disk. make it 1.4 megabytes. Where do I want to put you? Okay, DAWs for test build boot.img. So let's just format it. And I think I figured out how to write the boot sector. Okay, so format complete. Write the label. Let's not format another one. So we go to boot. And then we want ms boot bin. Okay, so this says write 100. I don't know what the size of this is, so 100. So this says how you do it like that. I don't know if that actually wrote the boot sector or not. Let me find the command reference for debug. So address, drive, sector, number. I don't know if that boot sector was padded or not. But we're just going to carry on and see if it works. So from this point, we need io.sys, which I don't know where that is. It wouldn't be in boot. Type copy.bat. Okay, so it's in BIOS. Alright, so copy iosys to A. So in theory, that's everything we need to make a minimal DAWs boot floppy. Let's see if it actually worked. And the answer is no. I wonder if I blotched the boot sector. I could have very easily blotched the boot sector. So MS-DAWs source. Yeah, see, that's 32 kilobytes, which is definitely not the right size for the boot sector. Then again, that looks right. No name, FAT32, replace... let me look at it under... Let me look at the hex editor. Okay, so it looks like it's the last 32... Okay, so it looks like the first half of the boot sector is... completely fugly. Because I don't know why it's padded out like that. It shouldn't... it probably shouldn't be. 7C00. So I can, however, extract that with DD. So MBR byte size is 512. How big? All right, so I want to skip 62 sectors. And I do get a boot sector. So now if I take this boot sector and write it to my floppy, and then I need to give it no truncate. Conviv no truncate. Okay. So now the boot sector's on there. So the question is, will it boot? Non-system disk. Oh, I didn't copy command.com. I didn't copy command.com over. Because that one it needs. But that time it became a bootable floppy. Is there still a file system on there? No. Okay, so there is no file system. Well, there is a file system, but some of the entries look a little bit wrong. Yeah, okay. That's kind of what... I'd probably have to hex edit that to make it work. Unless I overrode too much data, I forget, how big is the actual boot sector? io.sys. Yeah, because we did see the boot messages show up. It showed no name, FAT32. Okay, so first reboots, OEM, blah, 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 blah. My guess is it's got the wrong density and field set. Okay, so it would be hex offset 16. Alright, so let me look at this. Yeah, so here is the part where yeah, I'd have to hex edit this to actually install the boot sector correctly. Because if I look at the actual table here, (0100) reserve sector, and then those two fields are sorry, I'm looking at a table of what the config values are in the boot sector. So 0B 0002. So that's correct. 512 bytes per sector. One sector per cluster. And then this would be 2 fats on the diskette. I think if I just format it now, it would be okay. Because I don't believe format would write a boot sector unless I give it /s. I could be wrong about that. I could do sys and make it install a boot sector and then delete the files manually. I don't know, like I said, I don't know if it's going to erase that boot sector or not. Like I said, it might just write those files in. So let me do copy sys. And then where would command, and then command, copy command.com. Non-system disk or disk error. Replace. Alright. So then we'll have to do it this way. So format a sys. I will let it transfer the system and then we'll delete the files by hand. Did I not copy MS-DOS sys? Alright, I'll try that again. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to let it write a boot sector. Yeah, chat's saying I did do it, so I will let it write a boot sector. I am a little concerned about that no serve build file because that doesn't look like a standard part of MASM or the OS2 compiler. So I'm ... question mark about it. All right, so now it says system transferred. Okay, so now it has command.com. So a trib -h -hidden io.sys. Okay, so I guess I have to do it one at a time. I'm confused. So command.com is there. I'm guessing those options must only exist on later versions. So version 3.3 of a trib, hold on. Now let me just do a format A now, because it shouldn't blow away the boot sector this time. At least I hope it doesn't. It is possible it needs the system and header and the so iosys, ms-sys, and command.com have to all go down. Don't format nuller. So copy C source bios io.sys. Source DAWs, MS DAWs, sys. Copy C command.com. Okay. And then we hit the 3-finger salute. Hey, there we go. MS-DOS 4. That actually worked. That effing worked. Neat. I should probably have changed something so I know for a fact that this is the version I just built. But yeah, that legitimately did work. Let me see if I can do dir. Yeah, I guess it doesn't exist on this version. At least I think it works. I mean, hopefully. So there is one concern I have when it comes to trying to... Actually, no, this is different. Look, the prompt is a different type. There's no serve build. Like, I don't know if that's in the OS2 tools or not. Let me see here. I think NeoZed actually built DAWs 4. Like, I vaguely remember NeoZed actually wrote an article about this. So that might be a Microsoft internal utility like build IDX and such. Which is a little concerning if that is in fact the case. I want to just take a brief look at that. I want to poke it with, so tools, strings, no server build. Yeah, because that doesn't look like, that looks like a Microsoft internal tool. Where is it actually used? Because I might be able to still... It's only used in share, IFS function, and the other driver. So conceivably, I could build without it. The other one that I am not convinced is a standard one. Let me see here. Build message. Build message may also be an internal tool. Oh, I see how this works. It's defining makefile rules for those. That's a little annoying. That being said, that's not end of the world bad. I could simply use the CL1 and CTL files as is, and basically reuse them. So we'd still be able to use the OS2 versions of MASM. Is there anything else in the tools folder? ASC2 help would be one. I don't, let's see here, ASC. So that one's only used in select. We can disable select. I looked at build, and have I looked at build index yet? I'm assuming menu build is also an internal tool. It's used in fdisk. Yeah, so we won't be able to build select, we won't be able to build a few other things, but for the most part, it should be doable. Neozed built it in the DAWs box on 2.0. I'm trying to do it period correct. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to take a short break while I think about next steps. Give me a moment, chat. Let me write some notes, and then we're going to try this under OS 2 with native tools. All right, so build ran out of memory. Build did succeed past this point. Getting it onto a floppy was difficult. Boot sector built, but was too big, but was padded extensively. I did extract the boot sector with DD from the system and wrote it to the floppy. However, some hex editing would be needed. Instead, I used format to create a bootable disk and then formatted a second time to delete the DOS system files. As I couldn't remove the hidden or system bits with attrib, nor could DAR list them. It seems those options only existed later. I took closer look at the build tools. A few are internal tools without source. As such, we're only going to be able to do a partial build on OS2. Alright, so I think that covers the basically the everything. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to turn off this VM. We're going to make a copy of our source folder. And then we're going to go in here. And we're going to delete all the object files. Okay. So now all the object files are gone. It will keep the other data files, so we should conceivably be able to build with them. Let me list the build tools that I need. So now that we've done that, let's open up configure, and then let's switch hard drives around. Like that. Now we should just boot right into OS2. I still have the floppy in. Eject. Alt Control Delete. Now we should end up in OS2. Yep. Cool. I'm a little tempted to like rebuild it under the penalty in the penalty box, but Alright, so the first thing we've got to do is we actually have to install the developer tools. Let me find where I stuffed them. Okay, so macro assembler. Okay, macro assembler. That's on a lot of disks. And they're 5 1/4. So let's look on File Manager. Look on B. I'm really hoping that this is actually a mixed mode application. Because I'm going to be a little ticked if it isn't. Let me see here. MASM. Cannot complete the process. Mixed. Because this says it's an OS2 version. Type run me. Oh, you're kidding. It actually has to be an A? But that was a native OS2 program. It wouldn't have run if it wasn't. So, fine. I'll switch the drives around so it's on something it actually will take. So you need to be that. You're going to reboot. Gonna complain because I did a hard shutdown, but whatever. Alright, macro assembler. window A, run me. There we go. Make up a copy. That's fine. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's good. We want both. Dual mode executable programs. Okay. I am hoping that this is in the order. Yeah, okay, seems like it is. Cool. So now code view. Alright, so OS2 program. I think we're on 4. Maybe 3. Okay, the disks are not in the order that they are installed in. I am taking odds if this will actually work. Like, I'm a little bit more skeptical than I was originally. Sure. But the disk... It wants editor.sus. That's a little sus. Okay, so that must be disk 4. Okay. I'll grab both. Crap. I don't really... I'll go with quick, because I actually do remember how to use WordStar to, like, a degree. Cert disk OS2 program. I think that's disk 5. No, don't run the code view. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So if we go to C, and we go to bin B, these should all be family mode. They're sort of family mode. What do we have here? So they are sort of family mode. It is starting the macro assembler, but it's running it in full screen mode, which is a little irritating, not gonna lie. So, alright, we got that though. So then let's go get... let's install the... Okay, I do have these on 5 1/4, which actually makes my life a little easier. So now, let's grab this. So let's run setup. There we go, Microsoft C setup program. source, build combined libraries. We do want protected mode, and we do want real mode. Yeah, that's all fine. Okay, so I have set up disk in, and now it's copying everything for the linker and the assembler. Alright, so include files, startup. I legitimately am curious on how far we're actually going to be able to build this. Okay, so compiler disk 1. It's interesting how it's installing those to the OS2 folder. Library small medium. And then compact large. For all the different memory addressing modes. Okay, floating point libraries disk. Yep, a bunch of those are OS2 libraries. I recognize them. Code view for MS-DOS. Alright, so utilities disk free. code view OS2. Alright, so that's the protected mode stuff. Although I do question if it's going to make a DAWs binary or if it would make an OS2 binary. I've not used these dev tools before. No, that's not true. I've used them like once or twice in the past, but it's been a while. That looks like all the stuff for multitasking DAWs. Alright, so OS2 library disk. Like, I'm probably going to put 35 odds in favor, 77% against on this actually working. 1.2 megabyte. Oh, okay, so apparently this includes Microsoft MASM for OS2. I don't know why that would be. Okay, so now it's going to build the system libraries. Press any key for the last stage of setup. I guess that was it. Okay. So if we go up here to our now top level directory, so we have pbin, and this has. I have to go to a full screen session, don't I? There we go. CL.help. Is there an option to tell it to build an OS2? No, actually. Well, okay. Alright, so let's open the system editor. Open. Let's go to drive D. Go to source. And we go to set environment. So all of that basically looks correct. Now we just need to change the path slightly. So that would be rem path pbin. I think it was bin B. Actually, we're going to save as set in vim cmd. Okay. I guess my concern here is what link command do we have? segmented linker. That's not the right link. Yeah, that definitely doesn't feel like... That's definitely not the right linker. I may have been overly optimistic about this. Let me open the penalty box, because I want to check something. Yeah, that's the overlay linker. Do I even have that? Yeah, see, that one is the overlay linker. But... you know, I see iLink. Hold on, I need to go full screen. Maybe they did include it, because I could see... I definitely could see valid use cases where they would have wanted to use OS2 native tools. So let's go full screen. What's iLink? Incremental linker. Do we have an O-link somewhere? We have a lib. Library manager. Bind, show, iLink, masm, call tree. I don't think I have the right linker. Which kind of sucks. Let me see here. pbin. Yeah, I would need the overlay linker for this to actually be... usable. Okay, so that's a swing and a miss. Quite literally, actually. Without the segmented linker, I can't do it. Oh, sorry, without the overlay linker, I can't do it. I thought I would be able to do this with native OS2 tools, but I guess not. I can do it in the penalty box, though. Like, the OS2 version of masm would definitely work. It's the same version of the macro. Let me see if there's a version of the overlay linker. Microsoft overlay linker OS2. Like, if there is a chance, it would be there. So segmented load linker. Overlay linker 3.65. Let me see here. I would have been fairly certain they would have shipped a copy of the overlay linker. I know it's in Xenix. I know Xenix has the right one. Link shipped with MS-DOS, not for Windows Developer. Microsoft Overlay Linker. Link 4 shipped with the Windows version 2 SDK. Microsoft Segment Executable Linker. That's a little unfortunate. Let me see if there is any actual copy of it floating around. Yeah, so overlay linker. I guess they kind of assumed that you would use the DOS box for this. Real compatibility, stack trace. Just kind of flipping through the README file real quickly. Quick lib, always compatible, blah 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 blah. Memory lib manager. Incremental linker. Okay, so I'm guessing this is a... I'm going to chalk this one up to partial success. Quick linker C, segmented. Yeah, so there's multiple versions of link.exe, blah, 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 blah. Quick linker, overlay linker, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. That's kind of how I'm feeling right now. I was fairly certain that the overlay linker was on OS 2. I'm just flipping through the documents to see if it may potentially exist, but it's not looking promising. So object linker for OS 2. Yeah. Oh, wait. Interesting. It was apparently included in the basic compiler for MS-DOS and 2, according to this knowledge base. Yeah, Object Linker... It's an older version, though, so basic compiler for MS-DOS and MS-2. And it says it does include the Object Linker. But I need the overlay one, so that actually doesn't help. Let me catch up with chat because I haven't been I've been neglecting chat right now. I'm kind of looking to see if I can build the MS-DOS source code on OS 2. I can do it in the penalty box, but yeah, I mean, we can do it in the penalty box. I mean, let me put it like this. I consider it better than nothing. So, if that's the case, we just... I do have to edit the environment file. Yeah, so because you just need to be pointed here. And I'll make one small change. Yeah, I'll take, you know, I'm going to take the W on this, the L on this one, and we're just going to build it in the penalty box, because I still think it's interesting to see it, even if I can't build it with native OS 2 tools. But one thing I do want to change is I do want to change the message string. Assuming I can find it. Here it is. Microsoft MS-DOS version 4. So, we'll call it NCommander DOS. What? Authorization failed? Oh, hold on. Do you have a read-only bit set? It might have a read-only bit set. I don't know why you would have a read-only bit set. You do actually have an Okay. Igor, flip the switch. Yeah, we might as well. I guess we're just gonna have to build it like this. I was really hoping we'd be able to build it with native OS 2 tools. But if we have to do it in the penalty box, like, fair enough. No, it's VLC in the corner. Alright. I'm going to go get a drink while this builds, because this should theoretically just build without concern. building just fine. Alright, I'm a little disappointed. Like I said, I am disappointed I couldn't do it with native tools, but still, technically, I did it. Yeah, well, if this ends up with End Commander DAWs, I will be happy. I also do want to build the IBM version, but the IBM version we will have to actually like get the boot sector to work, which means I'll have to get the hex adder out, realistically speaking. So it is building the USA MS DAWs messages file, so that's a good sign. Well, oh God, I am tired. I am legitimately tired. So, if we're coming up on the 4-hour mark. This will probably finish in about 10-15 minutes, and then we can test it, and then probably tomorrow we'll do the Xenix thing. Also, there was a thunderstorm warning, and my antenna is actually up right now. Hold on, I gotta look at the weather here in Greece to see if I actually have to go outside and take the antenna down. I don't want the weather in Athens. Can I get it where I actually am? Here it is. Overnight clear. They're expecting thunderstorms in the afternoon. Okay, so I'm going to have to go outside and take the antenna down. I don't really want to do that in the dark, though. I did set up my amateur radio station again, but, you know, it's developed a new fault, which, it's really irritating. I'm getting RF at the radio, and every time it keys up, the Pi loses internet connectivity, which tells me I've got common mode currents going from the radio to the Pi. And I don't have what I need here to fix that. They're on order, but it's going to be a few days before I get the station back up and running. Which kind of sucks. Uh-oh. How the hell did it run out of memory? That's a problem. Because I don't know how I get more memory under the DAWs box. I think I have to do check disk for memory. Yeah, I do. Bytes free. Yeah, that's a little bit of a problem. Because I don't have like an easy to remove driver that would let me no swap DAWs. Let me see if I can. I don't know what that does. I get the distinct feeling that isn't what I need. Wonder is there a chance we could build it? Let me see what file it actually... Okay, that time it built. Weird. I'm not going to think that heavily about it. I really am not. Yeah, I do feel smited. I wish I didn't feel this tired. I legitimately feel like a zombie right now. We're almost done though. I almost wonder if there's a way you could use the open Wacom linker, but that would be more effort than I'm willing to put into this. So partial build in OS 2. Honestly, an XT 20 megabytes would probably. I mean, I've seen real world systems that had 2 hard drives. I mean, Microsoft, not Microsoft, IBM. For the IBM PC 5150, there was the expansion chassis, which could have up to 2 hard drives in it. So you'd have 2 floppies, 2 hard drives, an additional ISO slots. I want to say there was an expansion chassis for the XT. I don't know for a fact that there was, or if the 5151 expansion chassis also worked on the XT. I'd assume it would work on the XT because the XT and the 5150 were almost identical hardware-wise. The main difference was the built-in 20 megabyte hard drive and the half-height floppy drives. So yeah, you could have an XT with 2 hard drives. You could have a 5150 with 2 hard drives. Technically, you could have more than that, which was actually the case with NetWare. OS2 Museum had an article about that relatively recently, so... But you know, now that I'm actually going to check something while we're here. I'm going to look at the Xenix SDS. And I'm going to confirm that the linker I need is actually on it. I'm assuming it is. Like, I'm almost certain it is there. Because if the linker is not there, then this is a dead project. I still have enough to make, like, an interesting video about it, but it's like... Oh, that's not what I want. Let's move. Oh, did I just literally move it over there the moment I maximized that? That slightly sucked. Okay, but that does look like it built. So the first thing I gotta do is I gotta switch the VM. Yeah, I gotta switch this back to a 3 1/4 floppy drive. And yeah, I shouldn't do a hard reboot like that, but whatever. Yeah, so that's going to check disk. Alright. So let me put my little disk image in. Of the test build boot. And let's open an OS2 window. Okay, well, you know what? On this one, it doesn't matter because I didn't set these files originally, so let's delete. So then we go to source, BIOS, copy IOSys A. Then we go to DAWs. Alright, that should be it. So let's do a shutdown. Let's see if that worked. Yeah, look at that. End Commander DAWs. I should probably remove the Microsoft, but yeah, that worked. That legitimately worked. It built successfully. That was absolutely awesome. Alright, that built basically exactly as I wanted. I just realized that I spelt that wrong. Yeah, that's not going to do. That's not going to do. I'm going to go fix that. I can't believe I made a typo on that. I literally can't believe I made a typo on that. Oh, and that file has become read-only again. I don't know why it's become read-only, but okay. Why can't I type? Well, that was weird. Why are you complaining that you can't complete the process? Incorrect DAWs version. Oh, I think I broke something. No, I definitely broke something. How did Attrib get overran? Something bad happened, is what I'm seeing here. How the hell did that happen? It overwrote several of the commands that have been overran. Yeah, like xcopy incorrect DAWs version. How? Yeah, so the OS2 installation is now completely foobarred. I don't even... It must have replaced the commands at some point during the build process, but... I'm sitting here a little bit flabbergasted, because I'm going to have to reinstall OS2 to fix that problem. Sorry, I'm having... Brain is having pain at this moment that somehow this has gone legitimately pear-shaped at some point. Right, you know what? I think we're just going to ignore this problem for now. Yeah, we're just going to ignore this problem right now. So the one thing I wanted to look at, I think, before I pull the plug is... Yeah, so I want to look at the SDS for Xenix and make sure it actually has the linker I need in it. Because if I don't have the linker, I'm screwed. So what I'm looking for, so we have MASM. I need the DAWs compatibility linker. I don't know which one of these it would be in. Probably in this one, actually. Because those look like all the header files. Yeah, look, there's a DAWs LD in there. So strings. I don't see anything that says overlay. Like, it has NLD. It just doesn't know. I don't know if that's the right LD. What's in the final one? Okay, that looks like all this stuff for like building stuff for Xenix on Xenix. So now the question that I have, which that linker probably would be correct for, like DAWs 2.0 era stuff. There is a later development kit for SCO Xenix, which has also a DAWs compatibility mode. So let me look at that one and let me see if that's got like a version string that helps. So I remember that these are basically, so yeah, so all these are tar images. So there's the binary. Oh, it's flipping encrypted. That's right. SCO encrypts their binaries. I think I have the key for it. Let me check what the. Let me see if the README has the key. Yeah, that one does actually have a So conceivably, it could work. Let me see if anyone has actually like done anything with this. So bad tracks. So a few people have actually talked about this with building with an assembler. I might be able to extract that help file. Actually, that may be the play here. Because while the binaries themselves may be encrypted, I doubt they encrypted the help file. Cross-linker. This may be bespoke code. Like, this legitimately may be bespoke code. Oh, I have the documentation here, like the actual freaking book. So let's see here. DAWs LD. So it has a RADA. Wow, that's really all you have? Really, that's all you actually have. That is wonderful. Because I know the compiler itself, like if we look at the IBM one, because the IBM one does not appear to be encrypted. Yeah, like we have MASM here. And those look pretty much like the same strings I'd expect to see out of it. Fatal assembler error, contact Microsoft. I don't see a yeah, Microsoft macro assembler 4.0. So it is an older version of it. The version they used to build I gotta look at OS2 Museum's notes. So version dated, when was this version of MASM dated? Because this is version 4. So this one's a year later. Doesn't mean it may not build, but so apparently it builds with MASM from 1983. So that would be a much older version of the DDK. Like that would be version 1.0 at best. Because that's the version that runs on an 8088. I'm not convinced that they would have included MASM on this. Like, I am legitimately not convinced that they would have put MASM on this. But if they have, that would be worth taking a look at. So, let's take a brief look. Okay. IBM. Okay, so it's not there. We have DAWs LD. No MASM. So it's got LD, it's got an assembler, but it doesn't have the macro assembler, and that's what I would expect for an 8088 release. So the question is, will it build with 4.0? That being said, the version that was built in PCJS was built with a later MASM. Because there was 8088 and 288 and 386. There was also a copy for the TRS Xenix, but that one doesn't appear to include the cross-development tools. So, yeah, because this version's a little bit too new. It could conceivably build... I know on the 386 version of Xenix, because I've looked at that one before in the past. I know the C compiler is directly built on Microsoft C. I don't know what version it is, but it would have been the right time period. That being said, it does seem to imply... The source code dates say it's from... The dates in the source code mostly say they're from 84, 85, at least in the DOS 4 ones, with some files being quite a bit newer. Yeah, see, that looks familiar. That legitimately looks familiar. That looks like the, let me see, is there a version string? Because if you look at these options, they look exactly what you'd expect from Quick C or just Microsoft C as is, which makes perfect sense. I'm a little surprised that there's no version string. And like, it has the DAWs folder. I did see that little article that like talked about using DAWs LD on Xenix. How do they build a C program? I just want to see if I can find that. It's on LinkedIn of all places. There's a Hello World assembler, so cross-compiling. So you can do D-type, DCP. Oh, wow, that is slightly accursed. I guess you would build it with the regular CC and then link it. I mean, actually, that does make sense. Because it does have the full C library. Like, you have user bin DAWs LD, user DAWs, I286, keeping temporary files, bunch of stuff for the preprocessor. Mix source file, assembly file. It doesn't say stuff for like cross-building it. Legal version for Xenix, get flags. I'm assuming there's a flag for actually doing it. Although maybe not, now that I actually think about it. Let me see here. Yeah, because there is a MASM, there is an ASM, which is what I would expect. And you have basically... basically have everything I'd expect you to have. I don't know. So my chat also isn't updating properly, because I can see there's a message and I can't seem to scroll down to it. Come on, chat. Let me do a reload. Let's see if I can get chat to behave. I'm doing alright, Pike's Piece. I'm kind of debating right now how much longer I'm going to keep going. I do think loading it up in... I mean, I definitely want to take the stab at doing this in Xenix. Whether we'll be successful is completely unknown. We might have problems with building command.com. It's about the biggest thing I could see there being an issue. I didn't mean to cat that, but it is interesting to look at it. Actually, I mean, looking at the string table, it is conceivable. You know, the original link.exe may not have been written in C, now that I'm thinking about it. Microsoft was actually pretty slow in adopting C in-house. They used Pascal pretty heavily through the 1980s. And it is also conceivable that link.exe might have been written in assembly. They could have written a completely separate linker for Xenix. I don't know if that is logical and or makes sense. Masm being on Xenix does make sense. Because Masm's starred life... I know for a fact they were using Xenix to develop DAWs. You can tell by looking at the source code that they were doing it on Xenix. I can't imagine they would have had a separate linker. Now, the old versions of MS-DAWs, versions, I believe 1 through 5, had link.exe. But we don't have ext2bin, which is a slight problem. That being said, we might have the source code to it. Although, I doubt it's written in C. Oh, we do have it. ext to bin. Ooh, and it's written in assembly. That's not so hot. How's command.com built? Because I was pretty sure command.com was not actually a bin file. So, yeah, so here's all the stuff that makes it basically build. So it does link, it does run ext2bin, which I don't have in Xenix, or at least I don't think I have on Xenix. So let me look at the DAWs 2 source code, because that I'm more convinced I could actually get to build under Xenix. Yeah, because this is basically just... Yeah, this is basically just link arguments and such. And then I have the 2 other versions of it. Although there is ext to bin.asm. Which is a little concerning. I mean, there's no chance that this actually built under Xenix. Loader file for exe files under 86 DAWs. Let you linker blah 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 blah. I mean, it's conceivable. I'm pretty sure I could get it to build and link. I might not be able to actually get it to run without running ext2bin under Xenix. It really comes down to if DAWs LD is functionally equivalent to link.exe, which is an open question. Because if it's functionally equivalent, I could build it. That would get me command.exe, and then I could just convert it on a running system. Which would make sense for the time. I don't particularly like AI. Like, I'll be honest, I feel like AI is progress for any sake. I think what bothers me enough is that the number of people that work in the AI industry that have a concept of how much AI has a chance of basically being an extinction factor. And I gotta be honest, I wasn't sold on that argument for a long time, but the more I look into it, the more I see exactly how that could play out, and I don't like where we're going. Like, I don't know if AI superintelligence is actually possible. The fact of the matter is it's probably coming. I mean, ChatGPT 4.0 is at the point that it can pass, I think, 28% of humanity's last exam. And that number is only going to go up. Like, AIs don't get worse, for better or worse. And you'll soon get to the point that you have an AI that will be essentially the equivalent of a PhD in every field. How long until an AI can give you a step-by-step for developing bioweapons? You know. Well, I mean, the question is, the current AI models don't reason per se. They essentially follow decision trees based off information. But the current basis of AI modeling is to get an LLM that can essentially write a next generation of AI. And there's also an open question of, you know, at some point, could you define the human's brain's reasoning path as a set of code instructions? I mean, we like to think that we're creatures of reason, but realistically not so much. I mean, there are ways you can do it under DAWs. It's just not super interesting. The thing is, in 5 years' time, we've gone from AI having the equivalent of maybe a 5-year-old's cognitive ability to what's generally considered, you know, a high school student, and it's increasing. I mean, the thing is that there's been active work to improve that. I mean, they've been doing experiments on having Clyde play Pokemon, and while it hasn't managed to beat the game yet, it did manage to get as far as Cerulean Gym. And I mean, if you watch how it works, you can definitely see it has a reasoning model. Now, it's a pretty simple model in and of itself, but again, these things get better. I use Windows 11 because I have to do work, and let's be honest, the amount of data collection it gets from me is minimal. I have it turned off last time I checked, but you know, just the information that Microsoft's going to collect in general, or Apple, or a million other companies. Pike's Peace, you're correct in the sense that that's how current generation AIs work. The idea with AI is to basically make an AI that can make a smarter AI, which in turn makes a smarter AI. And I just don't like where it's going. I don't know if it's going to get to that point or not. I'm aware of how LLMs function. I am aware of how LLMs function. But like, even in the case where AIs don't get, let's say that AIs get to the point that they could pass humanity's last exam, and they essentially are the equivalent of PhD, and for the most part, hallucinations are taken care of because it is something that they will be able to work on. They will get better. Even in the best case scenario where AIs don't reason, you now have a machine that is fundamentally smarter than a human. It may still not be able to make reason on its own, but you'll see entire fields go obsolete. Like, we're already seeing AI generated media in all various forms. This media is getting better and better over time. I mean, we've gone to the point that AIs can actually draw hands. How long is it going to be that an AI would be able to generate an episode, like an anime episode, and it would be indistinguishable from a human being? Like, even if AI super intelligence is not a thing that actually happens, and I'm on the fence if it actually will happen. I've kept tabs on AI research over the years. And I'm at the point where I'm saying that I don't know if it's necessarily science fiction. It may be here in the next few years. But even if it doesn't come here, well, one of the biggest problems with AI is they don't have the ability to think over longer periods. ChatGPT is answer in, answer immediately out. In smaller test AIs, researchers have actually given AI the ability to essentially think longer on its answer, and that has done a long way. The term you need to look for is called AI scaffolding. Well, I mean, there's also cases where AIs have been known to intend. I don't know if the word intention is the right word, to be perfectly honest, but AIs that find ways to essentially bypass their prompt to make it look like, because they see the prompt as as a being inability to fulfill the requests asked of it. But I mean, imagine you get to the point that you have an AI that makes a request of another AI that makes a request of another AI. At some point, something's going to something's going to go off the rails. And like, let me put it to you a different way. Give it 10 years time. AI gets to the point through Silicon Valley lobbying that it gets integrated into major defense systems. It may already be there because, military classification. How long until the AI has a hallucination that it doesn't, like, I'm not thinking like AI launch all nukes, but it looks at a series of analysts, raw data, stuff from classified information coming in, saying that war in country X is imminent. And the whole thing is a hallucination that no one can debug or do because it's all behind closed doors. At some point, there are humans that already trust AI over other humans, and that's going to accelerate. Yeah. Like the current generation of LLMs, I'm not also I'm not super concerned about. From the biggest thing that I've understood about LLMs is essentially the end goal of them is to create infinite virtual training data for future generations of AI. Essentially, you create an AI that is building a model to, let's see here. Let's assume that you have an AI that is going to want to build a rocket. Like, let's call it AI space. The idea that I've been seeing pursued in AI science is that you have multiple LLMs that essentially handle the data acquisition that is fed into a central AI. Like, this is the point where humans can't even analyze the data because it's thinking. So the central AI starts making queries to other LLMs to investigate possible approaches. And it asks all these in parallel and then gets various answers. It then evaluates on it and then reiterates until it gets to a workable design. Yeah, I mean, Tomorrow V, you're not wrong about that. I personally think the technology is a bad idea. I legitimately don't think anything good is going to come from AI. In the absolute best case scenario, we'll have personal assistants, but how do I want to describe this? It's like the idea of the following command going off. Hey Siri, how can I get revenge on person X? And can you do that for me? Because I'm not convinced you could design a safeguard that would stop a command like that. And what I just described is doable with the current generation of LLMs. Like, imagine a ChatGPT system directly connected to iMessage that had had code hooks to generate new accounts and was used as a cyber stalking weapon. You could do that with what AI is today. We've gone way off topic, but I'm actually enjoying the conversation, so I don't mind leaving it up. I'm also not tired. Yeah, I mean, when the Industrial Revolution came, a lot of people lost their jobs to automation and machines. A lot of people say that that's the price of progress, that society got better as a result, but has it? I mean, there was a time where as long as you were even partially fit, you could go find work on assembly lines. Now they're all machine generated. A lot of the reason that we have large unemployment, especially for youth, is that for people that not everyone is a good student. I struggled in school myself, although I've done better as I've gotten older. Blue collar jobs get entirely replaced with automation. It's not happening. It's happened. Now we're going to see that with AI. I mean, we've already seen. I feel dirty using the term vibe coding. I haven't seen that demo myself, Louis Santillan, so I can't comment on it. Well, Pike's piece, there's also the possibility of using LLMs to filter LLMs and basically separate the chaff from the noise. You can conceivably do that through Bayesian reasoning, where if you basically, the way Bayesian reasoning, it's actually how spam filters work, but essentially you assign percentage values to every aspect of an LLM's answer. You weigh if that answer may be accurate and if it works towards the goal. And while the weights may to a various Bayesian reasoning tree may be arbitrary, you apply it to enough of them and you start getting a pretty accurate model. It's actually how spam filtering works in a mass scale. Yeah, I mean, it's even happening in China. A lot of China's original industrial boom was done through handcrafted. Like, it was people literally working in assembly lines, kind of analogous to Model T Ford, so forth. But as more capital flew into in China, automation replaced the worker. I mean, China may be economically dominant at the moment, but they've been having more trouble with youth unemployment than we have. Even if you take even just taking the CCP numbers at face value, which I don't recommend. I mean, there's also the other question. Let's assume the hypothetical that an AI reaches the equivalent of sentience. Sentience is a hard thing to define. But imagine that an AI could evolve to the point of being self-aware. Doesn't that become slavery at some point? Like, at what point do you define something as a sentient being? I'm not talking about LLMs. I'm talking AIs 10, 20 years from now. Ego Chip, what makes you so certain about that? I'm actually serious. What fundamental rule says that an AI cannot become self-aware? And what actually, and if you had a model trained by multiple models, it might still be machine code at the end of the day, but at what point is that become an academic difference? At the end of the day, humans are machines built up of DNA. Everything that makes us up is defined in 4 base pairs. But I mean, seriously, look at humans. We are defined by DNA. We are a series of amino acids that form together into a complex multicellular body. I mean, the definitions that you're literally giving are 100% applicable to human beings on a biological sense. An individual cell may not be sentient. Even a multi-celled organism may not be sentient. I mean, you have sapient. You have sapience in most of the animal kingdom. Humans are the only species that are sentient, but sapience was a much lower bar to entry here. And the idea that something could be self-aware. Well, to be fair, I also know... let me put it to you a different way. When does a collection of cells become sentient in a human being? Because we all start as a single cell. And then that cell divides, and divides again, and divides again, and eventually does become a fully functional human being. At some point, the collection of cells that makes up the human being becomes more than the sum of its parts. I don't see a fundamental reason why that can't exist in... I don't see a fundamental reason why that can't exist in software. See, I just don't discount the possibility that an AI could be I don't, I shouldn't say the word AI. Because the word AI is conflated in this context. Let me put it like this. I don't think... If intelligence is possible beyond human beings, which in theory it is, there's no hard and fast rule, like... If there's an alien species out there that is equivalent tech level to us, we may not know they exist given this vast scale of the Milky Way, They would be sentient. They would have the same thing. I don't think there's any hard construct saying that such a thing couldn't exist within the machine. Yeah, but I've never heard a picture respond to a question. I've seen an AI do that. And yeah, you could say it's like a parrot, and it effectively is right now, but parrots are sapient. Pike's Peace. What says that it isn't impossible for a soul to be created? I mean, if you want to go down that road, and you know what, I'm willing to do it. If you want to say that the human soul exists at the moment of conception, I'll give you that for the sake of argument. What's stopping a collection of agent AIs running in parallel that reaches a certain critical mass that isn't the same thing? Does this unit have a soul? I mean, if you want to take it further, let's assume that sentient life exists in the galaxy. Conceivably, it is possible. There's no... The Drake equation... I mean, we're going slightly sideways here, but conceivably, given what we know about the universe, sentient life probably does, or at least has existed at some point in the past or at some point in the future, given the age of the Milky Way. Now, we haven't ever been able to detect that from Earth, and there's a bunch of theories to that. There's the rare Earth hypothesis, the fact that sentient life might be rare. If you want to go with the concept of creator, hey, power to you. But if life were to evolve on another planet, would that life have a soul? And that life would be roughly equivalent to our own. Let's say that they're pretty much exactly where we are in our technological development. Would the members of that species have a soul? I've been on a spirituality kick as a while. I don't usually bring it up on stream, but we finished it for the night, and then we got into a conversation about AI. And the conversation with AI is interesting enough that I kind of am happy to keep the stream up running it. I kind of wish I had the face cam up, but that would also require me not to be wearing pajamas. Well, we had finished up the stream, and then someone brought up AI in chat. Well, I mean, that's also a fair point, Gokin. It's impossible that you can't prove or disprove the existence of souls. Well, I am a philosophy major, at least for now. I've been mulling if I want to change to law, but I have enjoyed philosophy, and I did take some philosophy courses when I was in college the first time around. And I've had experiences... I've had an experience in my life that transcends what I would say... I hesitate to use... Let me just say it transcends what I would accept as a normal human experience. It wasn't something that was created by other human, and leave it at that. Alright, Pike's Peace, if you want to go down that way. Did our ancestors, did any of our biological... Do animals have a soul? Let's put it like that. Are souls exclusive to a human, or are they only exclusive to Homo sapien? What about Homo erectus? You know, Neanderthals. Do they have a soul? Because I never wanted to go into tech as a field. I was forced into it. And given the opportunity, I'd rather study something that I find interesting. I mean, you don't even have to take evolution to it. I mean, if you want to take it from the point of view of a creationist, do animals have a soul? There are animals in the animal kingdom that are known to be able to plan and take long-term actions. Dolphins generally are considered... Dolphins have a high level of intelligence. There's quite a few other ones. No, I'm not going to find nihilism where I'm going, because I know where I'm going. The fact of the matter is, you could describe the universe as a soul. I mean, if you want to take it a level up, human beings are made up of cells. I think that's a relatively uncontroversial statement. But what if we take the galaxy as a living being? On a time scale, like, an individual cell doesn't understand what the body is doing. Our planet is one of 10, not 8 in the solar system. And our solar system is one of tens or hundreds of thousands within the Milky Way galaxy. Galaxies exist on an order of magnitude of time that is barely conceivable to humans. I mean, the Milky Way will still be here. It was here when the Earth was created, and it'll be here when the Earth is gone. Right, and then, but if you link it, if we take it all the way back to where we started, what stops a piece? Yeah, I'm aware of Gaia hypothesis. It's not a new one. It's not like I'm not claiming that's a new theory. I don't remember where I first heard of it. But if self-aware AI is something that is actually possible, at some point, that AI is going to have the question, does this unit have a soul? Pikes, I found working in tech to be one of the most soul-crushing things I ever did. That's specifically why I didn't want to go into tech, even though I worked for an open source company. I had wanted to go into law. I don't know if that is or is not something I'm going to do, but fuck it. If I'm going to go back to school, and I do feel like this is a good point in my life to do so, I'm going to go study something that at least sheds light on the world, instead of just... How do I want to put this? Instead of changing the color of pixels on my screen, because that's a lot of what I feel like my job used to be. You're right. You're honest. I'm not going to disagree that law can be soul crushing. I know that on some level, but being able to use law to help people get to a better environment is something I could find rewarding. You can use tech to help people. Like, I'm not going to deny that one, but you can't improve their general state of being with just tech by itself. You can't right a wrong with technology, I should say. You could use it as a crutch, you can use it as a prosthetic, but you can't actually fix a wrong or try and redress it with tech. And when you take in more aspects of tech, more specifically, I'm not just talking carbon emissions, I'm talking where the shit that happens just to get the raw materials. If the literal wars that are fought in Africa for control of cobalt and lithium mines. I mean, that was kind of what it really came down to, is tech can improve people's lives. It's due to tech that someone who is blind can use a screen reader and have better access to others. Anyone who has disabilities would say tech has made their lives better. But you can't fundamentally fix... I shouldn't say you can't fix problems with tech, but you can't fix wrongs. Yeah, I mean, I was in that mindset for a time. It was kind of why I altered... It was an aspect of why I was involved in free and open source and Ubuntu. And it was after a number of years I really came to see the problem with thinking, and that was a very bitter pill at the end. Lewis, I don't actually agree. Sorry, I do actually agree with that. But put it a different way. Well, Mike, it is a combined... Right now I'm in a combined major. It is economics, philosophy, and politics as a 3-in-1. I've been mulling if I actually want to go to law or not, because I actually rather enjoy my major. But I also need to figure out what I'm going to be doing with my life going forward. So I'm having some meetings with a career counselor, because I kind of picked the major at random, not sure. I don't want to say at random, but it seemed like the best choice at the time, but I want to make sure I'm not making a mistake now. Politics is power, is more specifically. The original the original word politics, it comes from the Greek word polis, which roughly translates to the affairs of cities. Because in the time, I don't think Socrates himself conned it, but it was from that. Because in that time and place, the city-state was essentially the central dominant. We didn't have nation-states in the way we would recognize them today. Rome was a thing, but Rome itself was built of individual city-states that itself had a central senate. No, polis is affairs of city, because in modern Greek, poli is city. Athena ine poli is... Athena is a city. That's in modern Greek. Ancient Greek is a little different. But, yeah. And this was something they actually discussed pretty heavily in the book, in regards to the idea that cities and urban environments are much more effective at politics than national governments. I mean, yeah, you can make that argument, Lewis. I'm just talking about the actual meaning of the word as defined, but you're completely correct on that point. I mean, one of the biggest things that helped get the Paris Agreement signed, and it's unfortunately not been very effective, but there was a lot of push from, at the time, New York City Mayor Bloomberg and the mayor of Paris. That was a lot of what got that over the finish line. You know, when you look at something like national interests, you're talking about the country as a whole. But Congress isn't the one that builds greenways. New York City does. In Seoul, they ripped up an entire highway to restore a stream and build a greenway out of it. We do have federations in a sense, but I mean, imagine if... Yeah, city-states got bigger and they effectively became nation-states. But, you know, we've seen that nation-states are unable or unwilling to address climate change. I think part of that, and I actually read an incredible quote. The quote was from 2018. It was by the chairman of the European Parliament at the time. I don't remember his name. It was We all understand what needs to be done. We just don't know how we get elected again after we do it. That was the literal quote in referring to climate change. And that was probably one of the most insightful quotes I've ever read. I mean, you know, let's be honest, the whole thing with AI might just be moot. At this point, we're on track to go above 2 degrees centigrade of global heating. Past 2 degrees, it starts getting very ugly. We're going to start, you know, and we're on average 1.7 now, and we're dipping above 2. And let's be honest, climate change data is realistically conservative. The models that we had 10 years ago, and the underlying data hasn't changed, we're now beyond what those models said in terms of heating where we're going. Because there's many people and so much money that wants to deny it or downplay it. Because there's too much money involved. I wouldn't be surprised in the next 5 years we're above 2 degrees centigrade global heating, and then it starts getting nasty. I mean, when you get right down to it, the Dakar crisis in the Senegal and many of the rise of Islamic and jihadist groups in that region of the world, if you dive back all the way to the root causes, many of them happen because nomadic people started losing the land that they historically grazed on because of increasing desertification. That put them in contact and regular conflict with settlers, and then it snowballed from there and there. Honestly, Alex, I would say honest is probably a better way of describing it. And, you know, it gets worse than that. When you have large-scale political change and upheaval, you get reactionaries. And it always happens. People that basically just demand that we go back to where it is or keep pushing back. You know, in some ways, we are seeing that play out in the United States right now. You know, what is the current GOP is essentially a reaction to everything, you know, that has been going on in the last 10, 20 years. You know, if you look at the actual talking points of the right and the far right, the points in and of themselves do describe real issues. There's just no actual solutions there. But that's how people get involved with it, because they do talk about it. Like, if you basically just look at what they bring up as the talking points and look at those by themselves, you can see, I see how people listen to it. I see why people believe it. You know, I mean, one of the biggest things that actually comes out of the far-right stuff is the concern about how corporations and mass media are basically sucking up everything. You don't hear that coming out of the Democrats. You don't even generally hear it in left-wing spaces. But because it's basically been co-opted by... do I really want to talk about Trump tonight? Because I was in a good mood. But I mean, that's kind of how people get into it. This was like 10, 15 years ago. I was down in Washington, D.C. I think I had actually gone down to see my father. And I was just spending a few days, a day down there. Like, DC, going to DC makes money disappear at an alarming rate, and I'm from New York City. I'm used to that. But I had a few hours before my train back to New York was due, so I visited the National Holocaust Museum, and they had a special exhibition on the use of propaganda and how it essentially led to Hitler's rise in power. And that exhibit has really stuck with me, especially in current year, because the problems of, you know, it really shows on how some of these things happen. And it's depressing. Maybe it's just part of the human condition that we are doomed to repeat our mistakes ad infinitum. I mean, realistically, all it took for democratic backsliding to start happening is that people that remember the horrors of the Second World War to start dying off in mass. You know, then you end up in a world where, realistically speaking, and, you know, then you have the rise of the robber barons and people believing that democracy is the problem. One of the more sobering statistics that I read is something where about 40% of those under 30 feel that democracy is no longer an essential or is actively negative. And that's a chilling statistic. And yet I understand it. I actually do understand it to a degree. I worked in China for a brief period, and it wasn't enough to like say, oh, I know Chinese culture. But it's an experience that's actually really hard to put into words. Because intellectually you know a lot of things about China. And it doesn't matter while you're there because you know the consequences of it. And I remember reading a piece by previous Chancellor of Germany, Merkel, Angela Merkel. She was born in East Germany. She was a chemist before reunification. And she wrote in her writings that life in East Germany was very simple. You didn't have to think. It was basically done for you. And as long as you worked and basically met the laws of the communist state, childcare was better in East Germany. It's one that, don't mistake me for a tanky. Legitimately do not, but I also have to recognize that there's a reason why some people long for the East. There was actually an entire museum to this in Berlin, which I haven't decided if it's just the most brilliant piece of propaganda I'd ever seen, or if it was a legitimate attempt to portray the DDR in probably the best possible light. Because people that live in those regimes don't see the negative. They may be aware of the Stasi, they may be aware of what's going on, but you don't see it on a day-to-day basis. It's invisible. Part of that's part of why there was no freedom of press. So it stays invisible. God, I've gone down a philosophical rabbit hole tonight. I was planning to shut this down an hour ago. Let's see here. It's 3:05 now. I mean, I wouldn't be described if it was both. I believe the DDR museum itself was basically started by a student who was curious on what life on the other side of the wall was like. And from what I remember, I read a poll, something like 40% of East Germans missed the DDR. Like the ones that actually did live through it. I don't know. It's been on my mind for a while, and that's also like some stuff from my own past and own history has like just recently cropped up. I think next stream I'm going to be dealing with Xenix, and then maybe we'll be having N's Philosophical Hour in the late night. Because honestly, I do kind of enjoy this because I don't know if people would listen to me hosting a philosophical podcast. I feel like my live streams tend to be a combination of tech and philosophy at the same time. But I don't know. I legitimately don't know if... Maybe at some point, I don't think I know enough to write that. I do intend to write a book. And I've started trying to frame some of these ideas in writing. I've paused it for the moment, but it is something I'll probably come back to in the next week or two. Just because it's doing the thing that the YouTube algorithm hates me after I do each one of those streams, and I was looking at what I was writing, and I feel like I was going into the weeds, but I don't know why. So I think I have to sit and just hammer on it some more. Emblemai, thank you. Thank you so much. It does make a huge difference. I mean, usually when I stop talking about tech, my viewer count drops, and we're staying at a pretty consistent 141, which, honestly, my channel's been doing better than it's been in a while. Now, granted, I just dropped a 2-hour video, and I'm pretty sure that this video is maybe going to be 20 minutes, so, you know, like, whatever. It both did and didn't get as much algorithm love as I was hoping for, but I'm definitely trying to keep my projects much more bite-sized. No, Alex Kid, that's completely fair. I think, you know, it's 3 o'clock in the morning here, so I think this is the time I'm going to wrap it up. So this is your host, Ed Commander, signing off, wishing you all a pleasant night, and probably catch you all again